and and I'm just here check it out and see if I can help with anything. But I'm not sure where you at.
How many of your students, can you raise your hand?
Oh yeah,
There's like students and non-students. Also. Yeah. But you have an idea.
yeah. Eunice, take it away.
So first things first, I'd like to tell you that you did a good job on the homework because like there was no time to explain all of the queries. Yet the submissions, most of them were actually doing the right queries. And that's a good job because in software development, you don't always memorize or know what you are going to implement. You have to go and search. We don't memorize syntax, we just memorize concepts and how they work, and then we just figure out how things, how to write the code that we want to run later. And that's a really nice job that you did with the homework submissions. But we are going to also, like, this is the agenda for today's session. We are going to go through the homework again and explain the queries. And I would like if some of you explain some of the queries used in the homework, like what does select or join or where or how to filter data and stuff like that. And we will also like explain some commands in the database, like how to create a table. We went through that last time, but we are going to go through that again to explain a little bit about the constraints that we use in the create statements. We will also explain how to insert and update and delete data and delete tables and delete database, the whole database, and drop some columns from tables. And then we are going to go through this nice exercise that we have, and then we will talk a bit about something called normalization in the database, which is something that will help you figure out how to split your entities into multiple tables and how to define your relations between entities. So, yeah, so with this program, let's start. So, as you all know, like last session, or the homework for last session was you were given a database and statements or queries to create this database and insert some data into it. And the homework was just to do queries to select data or find data from this database. And the first task was how to select all of the names and phones from all of the users. How do you think we should do that? Can someone
select name?
Yeah.
Phone from table. Table.
Now, would that run? Yep. So now we have selected all of the names and the phones from the users table. I think like the select statement is like the easiest thing. You just provide the columns that you want to select from the table and which table to select from. And then the next one, how can we do a filter on the data that we have? What should we use to filter the data, to filter the return criteria? Yeah. So basically what where does is that you give it a condition and it goes through every row. If this condition is true, it will return this row in the results set. So can someone help me write this query? Yeah. Yep. Is this confusing for anyone? This syntax? Does anyone? Does anyone not like doesn't understand what this query does exactly? Please raise your hand if you don't. Okay. Silence is always taken as yes. Yep. So how do we find how many users exist in the database? True. Again, has anyone read about the type of functions like count and sum and average? We call them the aggregation function. Okay, so basically what these types of functions do is that they take an input data and aggregate it based on a specific column. By aggregate it means like just group them together. Imagine it, that's not entirely correct, but imagine it as one row. So for example, if I let's write this query. So what should I do here? Yes. What should I count? Okay, from where? And we do have 12 users indeed in the database. Okay. And now we want to select the first 5 users. How can we select the first 5 users? Yeah. Exactly. So what does limit do? I mean, it's limit the result set. Yeah. Okay. So there is just one thing missing because we want the first 5 users. It's just by luck that the users in the database are already arranged with their ID sequentially in the gate. The database will go through the whole users table one by one and then just limit until it reaches the 5th user and then prints it. But we want to make sure that we always limit to the first. How do we do that? Like based on the ID. Yes.
Order by ascent. Yes, you send it, it's result.
Yes. Descending is from the top to the bottom, and ascending is from like bottom to top. And just to like visualize it or make an analogy to it. So descending means like I'm going down. So that's I'm on the top, I'm going down. Ascending, I'm going up, like it's a little bit softer. So ascending, I'm going up from like bottom to top. So the one thing that's missing here is, what should I do again? Yeah, I will do order by. What should I order by? Yes. And then ascending and then limit 5. Should give us the same result, which it does. And now we want to select instead the last 3 users in the database. So
Is ascending is a default.
yes.
So if we don't write
Yeah. And then this next one, as a hint, it will be the same query as the last one, the previous one. There are 2 things that will change. Only 2 things will change. Yes, exactly. Yep. Okay. Now another encounter with one of the aggregator function, which is sum. What we want to do in this query is to sum all the IDs in the user table. How should we do that?
Let's sum
Yeah.
ID.
Yeah. Nice. Select sum ID from user. Yeah, and as I said before, like it's not necessary, it's not important that you write select or from or any of the keywords in uppercase. I just like to do that to make a to distinguish the SQL keywords from the column names and the attributes. Just to make it easily readable. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is to select all users and then order them alphabetically by name. What should I do?
Select everything. Stop.
Let's start.
The next step.
In order by name.
Yeah. Select everything from user and then order by name. Ascending. So it's always nice to verify your data that the query that you do returns actually the thing that you want to do, and then like, okay, so A's are at the beginning, and if the A is equal, then it's sorted by the next character. So A in Erica comes first, and then D in Adam comes second, and so on and so forth until the end. And I think this is a nice opportunity to talk about the character set and collation. I don't know if has anyone read about character set and collation?
Yes, because we're doing that. That you shouldn't limiting our database with just last name and first name.
Can you speak higher?
Yes, it's about not limiting our syntax in database with just last name and first name. It's more about accessibility. For example, like in different countries, there are different signs for letters.
Yeah.
Or some people might want to write their name different. That's like for the user, it's more friendly.
Yeah.
Just limiting this, just the last name, like I don't know how it's called, alphabetical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then.
So to explain a little bit more, so what you said is correct, but just to explain it a little bit more with an example. Let's say that we have an alphabet of only 4 letters. That's A, B, C, and D. And what the database understands, what the computer generally understands, is not the letter A. It understands like we have to assign a value to this letter, a value that's a number, because computers do not understand like what's A, what's B, what's C, what's D. They understand numbers only. So we assign a value to each character. So let's say we are gonna assign A a 0, and then B is a 1, and then C is a 2, and then D is a 3. Okay. Now, the A and B and C and D, these are called character sets. These are the set in our alphabet or language that we are going to store inside the database. So anything, so for example, if I want to store an E, the computer will not understand how to store it because it's not specified in the character set in this case. So a character set basically describes the set of characters that will be stored inside the database. And what we did with the 0, 1, and 2, and 3 is called encoding. So that means we are encoding the value of the character to be a number. Now, when we do filtering with where or any other like order by ascending or descending, these are called sorting and comparing rules. the set of rules to use to sort or compare two characters together, these are called collation. Okay, so for example, if we want to select, if we have this as a table inside our database, and we want to compare, for example, if sort this character set alphabetically, right? So we expect things to be printed after we write our select statement to be like this. How would the computer understand how to compare A and B and C and D together? We have a rule. For example, there is a rule that, for example, 1 is bigger than 0 and 2 is bigger than 1 and 0 and so on and so forth. So in our collation, there is this first rule of like when we want to compare A, B, and C and D, we compare the encoding. We just say that encoding 1 is bigger than 0 because it's, of course, 1 is bigger than 0. So what if, for example, we have lowercase a and lowercase b and lowercase c and lowercase d? How can we change our collation rule such that if such that A and A small and A capital are the same? So for example, if we have a table like this is our table. We still want the output to be A, B, C, and D. What would we change in the collation or the rule? Let's say we will encode this A, B, and C, and D such that they are 4, 5, 6, and 7. What would be the rule to get this output from this table? Can someone tell me what would be the rule?
We can assign different or like assign the every time we have more.
Like when it's an even number, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, like assigning like A capital is 0 and then A small is 1. Then A capital is 2, then small is 3, so that the first number will be even, the second or then it will solve.
That would work. That could be the rule. That could be one of the rules we can do.
We also assign A to 0 and 4.
That's the second rule we can do. So these are two rules that we can use or in our collation to just compare the alphabet, the character set alphabetically when we do order by or filter, basically. So is the topic of character set and collation clear now, or is it not clear still?
After this letters and numbers, someone has already assigned them, right?
Yeah, you just specify what character set when you talk to a database. You specify what character set you want to use and which type of collation you want to use also. Because, for example, we can specify a character set that's a character set that's just the English alphabet or and numbers. But for example, when you compare strings in JavaScript, so let's say you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and you as a string in JavaScript, and you want to sort them. This would be the output, because like this is how JavaScript understands how to compare these strings together. If you want them to be ordered in the like in ascending order in integer, you have to convert them first to integer and then compare them, right? So that's what I mean by comparing and sorting, and this is analogy to a collation. in the database. And all of these things are defined. You just have to pick up the one that most suits your use case when you insert data in the database. If you are going to work, for example, in a Chinese company and then it handles English and Chinese as well, you have to find the character set to use to insert data in your database that to make your database accept data that's either English or Chinese. And know how to compare these data together. This is what you use for a collation.
Well, similarly with the French language, you might want to treat the E without any accents and the E with the hat and the E with the dashes. You might treat them the same when you're ordering data because they're ultimately all just E's in here.
Before we have to create like a database with these characters, and then like sort the base of this.
The sorting happens when you do the queries, and then you specify which collation to use, which rules, type of rules to use to do the sorting. And that's what he meant, like both E's are the same, so they should like there should be no difference, for example, when you compare these. So how do we specify collation in the database? Collation and char set.
UTF-8.
For example, this one we use is UTF-8 MD4. This is the char set that we have. And then the collation or the set of rules we use is UTF-8 MD4 Unicode CI. You can just like search what would be the best char set for your database and which is the best collation for your database. Cool. So back to homework. Now we want to find all of the tasks that include SQL either in the title or in the description. How should we do this like partial comparison? Like if this string exists, kind of like includes in JavaScript, how should we do that?
Select everything from task. Includes like use like.
Yeah. So select everything from task. And then we want to filter, so we say where. And then what should I write then? Yeah. And yeah, single quotes. Yeah, just like this. Okay, just like this. Okay. Why do we have two of the percent signs? Can someone answer that?
Because it's just show an empty space, it can be. For example, if we have a word is hello, so we can just write H, this sign, and O, and it will show every word that have first letter H and O the last one.
Exactly. Yes. So basically what this character does is it says match anything at the beginning, whatever, how many characters, whatever, what are the characters, match them. And then there has to be an SQL substring in this in the column, and then afterwards match any characters, and it can include also no character. There is, if you want to match exactly one character, you can use the underscore sign instead of the percent sign. Just match one character. So if let's take for example let's take the example that Nikita said. If we have a table with hello and hero and hi. Okay, let's say we want to select all of the rows that start with one letter. And then the rest is ELLO. But we don't want to, for example, if we have another entry that's like this, we don't want this entry to come with us. How should we write the like filter? Yeah.
Yeah.
It should start with one character and ends with ELLO. Just one character.
Underscore H.
So underscore. We don't want H. We just want ELLO, the string that ends in ELLO and has one character at the beginning. Only
Then
one character.
ELL.
Exactly. And what this will return is just this entry. Okay.
So underscore means that like in this space can be only one letter.
One letter. Yes.
But
One.
can we use two letters?
Yes, you can use as many underscores as you want. So for example, if we want the string that begins with 3 letters and ends in ELLO.
So we make three.
Exactly. We make 3 underscores.
And should we put it with the person sign, like,
Huh?
Or should this player end with person sign like underscore ELLO and person sign?
Do we want to match anything at the end?
Oh, okay.
So what the percent sign means? Just from the beginning until this point, match anything until you find SQL, and then the percent sign after says starting from the character that comes after L, match anything until the end.
And is it percent characters like a space? Does it mean that we're looking for a separate word, or it can find like, for example, a long word with SQL and Python?
So a space is included in the character set. That means that if there is a space and there is an ampersand, there is a percent sign, it will be matched.
So it will just SQL, we need to add space, right?
If you want exactly like the word SQL with spaces, then you just do it like this. That means that we want to see the title or the description that has SQL within the string. And that means that, for example, if the column is just SQL, it will not be matched because there is no space before and after. Yeah. Okay.
In this example, this underscores and field, if we just left 2 underscores and field, it will show nothing. No,
If I let 2 underscores and one,
only 2 underscores and field.
yeah, it will not show anything. Yeah.
The underscore is exactly one character. And the percent sign is any number of characters, including 0 characters. Like, what else do you know?
Exactly. So we find all tasks that include SQL and either title or description. So we just do the we're title like SQL, and then we just do the same. How do we say or in SQL? Yeah. Or. Yeah. How do we say it? Or description. Like SQL. Did you see what my IDE did with this description? It colored it as blue, just like the rest of the keywords. This is why it's like this uppercase and lowercase combination is a little bit helpful in these cases. So we only have one task with SQL in it. Yeah. Do we have more tasks?
Yeah, we have ID 13 and ID 35.
Let's see.
Because one have description and another one hide. We have no SQL in 35.
You say which IDs, which task? 35? We only have 22 tasks.
Yeah, I also have.
Maybe you run the insert twice.
I have two. I have two.
You have 2 tasks
Yeah.
as output from the query.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But no. Yeah, maybe I executed half of the insert queries. Yeah.
But also shows user ID, no.
I see. I just didn't execute the rest. So it should be more than one task. It's just I don't have all of the tasks in my task table, and apparently I have a problem with the character set I use for the table.
Because of the emoji.
Yeah, exactly. So if we delete the emoji, probably it will work. But the whole point of having the emoji there is also to give you an idea what happens when the character set is like misdefined. So if I did that, and then I did that. Then we have 2 tasks. Okay. So we want to find all of the tasks. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I didn't. So if the title has SQL at the very last, there is no space after, it will not be an action because we specify explicitly that we want space before SQL after SQL.
Imagine one way to think about it is that the space is also a character. And so just imagine a little dot there just to see it. It's just a character that you don't see because it's the absence character. But if your title ends there, then that means there is no space after and so nothing to measure this.
So we didn't make the task right. If we have this scale without the last page, so we couldn't count the columns.
Yeah. We have, for example. So if we, as an example for this, when we execute this query. So we have used MySQL like this one, right?
Yeah.
Now, if we say instead of this, we said we made it like this. Should we see the first task that we saw? No task. It should be only one task. That's the result, right?
Last result,
Okay. So the last one was also the SQL at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Cool. So we want to also find the title of all tasks that the user Mary Rose is responsible for. How do we do that? And this is where we get introduced to something called join, where we join two tables together.
select title.
But first, can someone explain what does a join do?
Is taking some column from one table and some column from another table.
Yeah.
We have left join, right join, or hidden join.
What's
Just join.
the difference between?
The left join, if we have, for example, 10 columns in the left column. First column, and only 8 columns in the another table. So when we make the join, we will see 10 columns, but only these 8 results, and 2 last of them will be null because there is nothing. And in another way, we do the same. We'll show only 8 results in right join.
Yeah.
Because
You know why you want to do something like that? Why a join is necessary in a database or database?
You specify what, how you do the, but
people didn't join or just join.
Of course, that's the concept between the left join and the right join. Why? A join represents a relationship between entities within the database.
Yeah.
If you're gonna put everything in one table, right? It's gonna be a super complicated table. It's gonna be a large table. Right? So manage that complexity. Manage create smaller tables and then have relationships between those tables. Then the joins will help you investigate relationships between those tables. I'm a user, how many payments I have. So if the payments are in a different table, the users are in one table. Because managing relationships.
this clear? So foreign keys is what we use to actually execute the join, make mark that there is a relationship between this table and this table. And most likely when you have a foreign key, it's highly likely that you use join to fetch the rest of the data. Like you have a separate table with a foreign key to another table, and you want to fetch data from this table, but based on condition from this table. Then you use join to join them together and that filter and see the rest of the data. Yeah, we are gonna, this example is where so basically what we want to do is we want to find, so there is a relationship between tasks and user, right? Because every task has to have one user executing it. Okay. But we want to filter, we want to select something from tasks, but we want to filter on the user, right? And there are two ways we can do that. If we know the user ID directly, then we can just filter in the tasks table on this user ID. But we don't want, like this would be two queries, not just one query. First to get the user ID and then filter on the task, right? But we want to filter on the username, not the user ID. So that's where join comes in. So there are two ways to do that. I'll just say the first way, and then we can do the join, and you can do the join later. So for example, if we select ID from user where name is where name like Mary Rose. And then we run this, so we know that Mary Rose has an ID 6. And then next thing is select title from tasks or task where user ID is 6. And so this will give us all of the tasks that Mary Rose is responsible for. Come on. Which are these tasks. But we don't want to write two queries. We just want to write one query. And we rely on the relationship between task table and user table. Can someone help me with that?
That's the second one.
Sorry?
Second line that you, I think that line. Plus,
How do you know?
How do you know? Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you need to select title from task, inner join user on task.id underscore ID
Yeah.
equals user ID, and where user dot name like Mary.
Okay. But why did we use inner join here?
But we kind of mention ID, we take his ID from user, and we need to find the task from the test table. And we ask him what this ID mentions is.
Okay, let's continue, and yeah, let's see. So for inner join user on task.id, user ID equal user.id, right?
Where
Yes. Where? Yes. Okay, what happens if I use join here? Yeah. What happens if I use left join? Would it? Sometimes like just like the output of both of like all types of join becomes the same. So you have to think like which type of join you would use, whether it's okay to use anyone or you have to have a specific one to join.
What's the difference between writing inner join, just join? Yes. Good question.
Okay.
Jullie should have brought a Venn diagram.
Yep. Please. Yep.
Just go on.
Okay. Fine. So we want to find, this is where we also talk about aggregator, another type of aggregator functions. Or what actually, what's aggregation in database. And we want to find how many tasks each user is responsible for. So
For me, it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I'm prepared, so just a visual explanation for joints. I hope
Can you-
every one of you knows what a Venn diagram is. Or has at least seen these two diagrams. So we have like a set of users and a set of tasks, and we kind of want to correlate them, bring them together. And this is the Venn diagram, right? Like my favorite pie, my favorite chocolate, or whatever. You have seen the review cycle. Anyone familiar with this? One not at all familiar with what a Venn diagram is. Okay. I will assume everybody's doing. So then we want to kind of figure out what is the left join. My handwriting isn't that great today. The right join. And that's inner. And now I kind of want to color out which parts of the Venn diagram are the left join. So if I do select users and then left join tasks, so which areas I color it? Let's say that's area 1, that's area 2 in the middle, and area 3. First one. Okay, yeah, I'm coloring it. Anything else? The middle, yes. The right one.
6. Yeah, that's right.
Inner join. Perfect. Yeah, with the task you currently had at hand, it actually didn't matter at all. It was like the same result. Yeah. But sometimes it matters now, you know. Maybe one thing, you're not handling here right now, what you might also need to do in the future is you select something and then you join something and then you join something else and something else. So then you have like this train track of joins where you correlate a lot of tables together. Sometimes you also join the table with itself. That can also happen. And then that becomes a problem. For example, if you have a table of users and they have friends, then you will join the user table with the friend table and then join that back with the user table to figure out whose friends are friends. Something like that. But of course, that's not how Facebook implements it, which is probably inefficient, but it is one way of doing it.
Cool. Now, we were talking about the task number 10. So anyone wants to volunteer to write it?
Right there.
Yeah.
Need to remember. Just copy.
Can I open it or? Oh, okay. I can just attach it.
I have
Notification. I didn't see the actual board. So I But if you, can you like do it without the?
No, I'm not so high. Join task on.
Yeah.
User D equals dot ID and group by. No, it's running the wrong code, I think. It's showing result 9.
Just, yeah, it's okay. You can run them all.
Yes.
So you're
yeah,
just
because
one. Yeah, one thing. Just this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we talk a bit about count and group by and why if we remove the group by here, what would happen? Can you see the error? Says the inaggregated query without group by expression, blah blah blah, and then this is incompatible with SQL mode, whatever. But let's actually try to take the tables outside in a sheet. Okay. Let's just recreate the sample here. So let's say we have our database just like this, which is very small. Yes. Yep. So we have 6 tasks, and like every user has only 3 tasks. In this task table, and we have only 2 users. And now we want to count the number of tasks, but also print the name. We just want to count the number of tasks for each user. So if we want to count the number of tasks for each user, we just have to, what I mean by aggregate is we have to collect the tasks for each user together and then count them, right? This is what aggregation means. It goes through like something like, for example, group by, which, for example, if after we execute group by, the table will look like this. So user one has, so this is 1, 3, 5, and this is 2, 4, 6, and this is so can you see what group by did? This is what group by will do. You can see like if you select all of these together, all of the user one together, user one stuff together, and all of the user two stuff together. So as an analogy, just think of it as if, but that's not entirely correct. This is one row, and this is another row, right? Then the values are just 55, 22, 22, 44, 66, stuff like that. And then when what count would do, so let's just write it like this. So for example, for user one, we have task 1, task 3, task 5 here, and we have task IDs 1, 3, 5. And for user 2, the same, task 2, task 4, task 6, and 2, 4, 6 as task IDs. That's not entirely correct, so it's just to make it easier to think about group by. That's what the group by would do. And then you need to execute a function, or you want to execute a function that works on this aggregation. So this is aggregated view of the data. And then we have like the aggregated functions like sum and average and count. All of these, like there are a bunch of aggregated functions we can use. And they will help us, for example, in this case, if we have count, we want to count task IDs for every user, the number of task IDs. So count will go to this cell and see there are 3 task IDs. So it will put 3 here. There are 3 task IDs as well for this one. So it will put 3 here as well. So that's what, like the aggregation, the count will be able to work on this because they are aggregated together. No? Confusing? No? Anton? Okay. Is this part clear? Is this part like
So first we sort and then we count, right?
it's not sorting, it's grouping, because we are not sorting numbers or text or anything. We are just grouping the same things together. Like we are grouping all of the rows that have the user ID 1 together, and all of the rows that have the user ID 2 together. Just like grouping them, just putting them after each other. All of the rows being put after each other. In some sense, it's not entirely correct. It will be as if it's 2 rows. And then the data just exists in here.
Potential use cases like payments, right? Because the IDs would be unique, right? Their CPR number is unique. Right? Somebody wants to know your payments, right? Then there could be 100 payments, but your CPR is always going to be unique. Group by, some operations on your payments.
So in this case, my CPR is like ID, user ID. And then it counts everything that belongs to my history.
Creating buckets, right? In this case, in this example, like this, we're interested in the ID, so we're creating buckets and then looking at everything within those buckets. User ID and CPR.
Is this clear or?
So created like.
Yeah. But we need to do Okay. So just to confuse you a little bit more. Yeah. Who said that? So let's remove the group by, and let's also remove the name, right? What do you think? Will this work or will this not work?
Maybe we need to add the star.
No. No, we don't. We were not, and we are just selecting the count of user ID. Would that give us the same result, or what would happen then?
You show just amount of tasks.
Would it?
Remember the Venn diagram of the join class.
Let's see what will happen. So who says this will work? With a show of hands, who says this will work? Okay.
I think it will return a result, but it's really just not.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So it just counted not the user ID, but because we joined. When you join, you create like a row for each, like, for example, if user one has many tasks, has like 3 tasks, there will be 3 rows for user one for 3 tasks. Okay, so for example, let's say we are in this example again.
Maybe the query itself. Instead of the copy paste that line,
22, yeah. Where?
23 times. Just show the left and right side of the.
Can you
Scroll guy, but
command V?
Command V, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can you do it a little faster.
Yeah.
So the task user dot start and task dot start here on the count bar.
Oh yeah, instead of the count.
Yeah, I think they will be able to follow.
Let me just do star, right?
Task user dot start
Okay.
dot start with all columns, comma task dot start.
So that's the same as like,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
okay.
And then if you run this line, yeah,
It's just because it's gonna be a little bit.
maybe just show the IDs and stuff. What do you want to show?
I wanted to show the whole join how it works, but yeah, we can just. Yeah. So this is the result of like the query that we had, which is not this one, this one, which is just selecting everything.
maybe if you order by user ID.
But it's already ordered by user ID actually. So it just took every task column, every task row, sorry, and appended the user information or the user table to it. You have now one big table with both user and task in it, where every row has the task and the user, all of the user data like username and phone and email. So it makes sense that you will have 33 rows because we have only 33 tasks. So for every task, it just got the user information and added to the rest of the row. Yeah, it's just a simple join query. All the columns. Yeah. all the columns from user and all the columns from task. This is the join condition. So when you say join, you have to provide a join condition. So if the condition is true, then these two rows, yeah, will join together.
So I think I managed wrong because it's like, find how many tasks.
Yeah, I'm just explaining the join here, like why this query returned 33. That's all, like the one.
I mean, I just thought we need to find out, like, on average, how many tasks each user is responsible for, so I also put the number at the end, like, average.
Like you made like you got only one number, that's the average. Okay, no, it's like how many tasks assigned to every user.
But it asks how many tasks it should return, like this amount of tasks.
Yeah.
So we didn't get that.
No, we got that. We were just explaining something else.
Oh, we got 33. But that's like in general, but that's not telling you.
That's the query that Nikita wrote, which is we'll do the. We'll return to this one. We're just explaining. We're just investigating what happens when we remove the group by and the name. Cool. Now the next one is a little bit tricky because the hint that you need to know about this is there are 3 joins. Huh? You made only with 2 because you picked up status ID directly. You said status ID equal 3. You made the then how?
I made this more done. Have to find out if it's done, then it's a,
Each user is responsible for. So you have to include the user as well. Then please come and write it. I would be interested to see. I will it's easier. Oh, that's 2. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Is it right?
Yes. Okay, yeah. It's the one error on my end.
I'm still confusing about this count and how they assigned it to this. For example, they counted right here, count task.id, and after they saying that it equals to something later. So I'm.
We can trace the execution of this task and
Yeah.
this query and see what will happen.
Oh, type of task. On task dot user ID.
There's one thing missing.
Some comma?
Look, you are
Ah,
missing
done.
the-
Oh,
the
I
condition.
sorry. It's about. Where? Dot name equals. Done.
That's amazing.
Thanks.
I misunderstood what happened. So it's actually it's 3 tables, so that means 2 joins. That's my bad for saying 3 joins. 3 tables, 2 joins. So what we are doing first is we are joining the three tables together, right? So basically we are resolving all of the relationships between task and user and task and status. That means that every task will have both the user information and the status information. And we can see that with just a simple query that is select and status dot asterisk from this part. So this is the table we will execute the join on. The select and group by on. This is the three tables joined together. So you will see every row as a user and task and status. So we have, for example, this is the status name that's not started. This is the user email. This is the phone. This is the title and the description of the task and the rest of the fields of the task. So we have, okay, we should, yeah. Yeah, I see. Yeah, there should be also a username, but it's because we have like the name of the user column is name, and the task column is status column is name also. So MySQL didn't understand that it should return both different columns whose names. But what should happen is that we have a status name that's not started, and we have also a name for the user. But we can see that the user information came because we have an email of the user, right? So for example, if let's see, user.name as username and task status.name as status name, then user.asterisk and task.asterisk. And then now we can see that there's a difference, like there's username, there's status name, there's like the name that MySQL just got confused because there are two columns called names. And then we have also the email, the phone of the user, what's the task title, what's the task description. So we joined all of the three tables together. And now we have one row per task that has the status and the user information. Is this clear? And then we start doing the rest of the queries. The rest of the query is just what we want to select, which will be like something like the first one. We want to select the user ID and the username and like the number of the tasks that this user is responsible for. So we will do something like that's the last query when we have count, and we also have group by, right? So this is what happened here. We have also count just to count the number of tasks, and we have group by just to group by the users together and place them into buckets. And then we have one filter. We just want to filter on the tasks that have status name equal to. Is this still like complicated or confusing? Any questions?
Say from my side, when we write the select, it's not the column that we wanna do something with them. We just want to show it in the result, three columns. And usually we using like JavaScript order. If we, it's working like line by line, but in MySQL it's not. It's like,
True. Like the SQL query is not executed like line by line. But what happens is that the engine itself that executes the query first gets all of the data that the filter and select will work on. So for example, in this case, we have 3 joins, right? So the table that I showed you with everything in the task, this is the table that MySQL will execute the select and the where conditions on the select, where, and group by. And then it goes on and do the filtering, which is where, and then group by, and then select at the end. Yeah.
You said SQL should read like a sentence, right? So that's select, it's over 5 lines, but it's written just 1 line. We just write in 1 line. Just 1 command. So better understand it. It is execute stuff line by line from the keyword. After from, it includes once, then it takes that result includes again, and then it filters it, and then hooks it, and then it just not missing the order. Whereas you have to kind of agree like a sentence. So select the user IDs from this table, and join it with that, join it with that, where this yeah. So I gave it read like a sentence. But this not like a function in JavaScript, just like 1 line for split up, so you can read it. Same way how you can write fetch in 1 line, like fetch of then and then, but instead if you like write it line by line.
Oh, so anything confusing, anything not clear in the homework, anything you want re-explained in all of these queries?
First line select instead and what next? Like can you mention like I'm the machine and you are telling like
Yeah.
so it's better for
So how the SQL engine starts executing this query is that it finds out first what's the table that we are going to select or where or filter or group by. First find the table itself. And in this case, we have 3 tables that are joined together, right? And we saw like the output of this query. This one. So basically, this query is just selecting everything from the user and status and task, but it joins the user and status and task tables together. So we'll have one big table with all of the information, the username, the email, and the task that they are working on, and the status of this task. This will be one big table having all of the data that we have in the database, basically. You can see the username here. You can see what's the status of the task. You can see the email of the user. You can see the phone of the user. You can see the title of the task, the description. So you literally have everything. Is this clear? Is this part clear so far?
clear with this format like
I just in the query, I just took part of the first query, the one that solves the question, and executed it separately. Just to tell you that the SQL will execute the where and the group by and the count on this table. Yeah, exactly. Think of it as MySQL creating a new table inside, like while it's executing the query.
but in the end it doesn't show the task because it's like in the process and then it shows on the status task.
and it filters like on the status name that's done. And it also, we do select, right? So it will select specific columns from this big table to show. We also do count in group by. So it will create another new table. Think of it as this also. It will create another new table for the group by. And then display the output in this table.
So it's kind of like a stage one, separate stage.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yes. The user ID itself is known. That's what inside the task, right? Inside the task page. That means there's no user assigned to this specific task. Yes.
So it should be.
Like there is a user that's not, it didn't return because we do join, right? We say when we join, we say this ID equal like the task dot user ID equals the user dot ID, right? When we do the join, we say if we want to join the task table with the user table, we say task dot user ID equal user dot ID. And we don't have a user inside the user table with ID node. So it did not include it. Yeah, it's very easy. But you, because you did not join on the user table as well, but like when you execute this, what's the, like, can I see the output? Do you want? Yeah, but this makes sense because you didn't join on the user table. When you want to, because it's the, can you change the requirement to them? Oh, how many users? Okay. This is right. This is the right output. It just happens that it returns like this because there is a task that you said that's assigned null user ID, and it's intentional. We will do something with this later. But if you want to get the same result, the only difference is that we just joined on the user table. But I'm not saying this is incorrect. This is correct.
Is it time for a break?
Yeah, we should go for a break. Yeah. So we are going to also continue after the break with the task play, task database. So yeah. We take a break. Is launching. Huh? Okay, so for now, let's return at 2 until we know when lunch is.
We just send this file just like
Yep. This one, right?
yeah.
It's this. I can remove this.
I have to do this connection.
Mhm.
Now I know.
One, yes,
Mm,
then it's group. So you can enter group RO.
What is this?
Yeah, but
User
but do you remember the password?
Thank you.
Sure.
But it was part.
No. Try. Enter. Yeah. Enter.
And then it says.
If it works. No. So if you go to Docker, because here you're only connecting, but you need to make sure that the thing here in Docker is working.
Okay.
So let's try that. Yeah, okay.
Hmm.
But if you don't remember the password,
Yeah.
then we can kill it.
Yeah.
So stop first, or yeah,
Okay.
delete forever. So this will stop it, then we can go to images. This one, and then choose, yeah, just click on this thing, and then
You don't need.
yeah, so go start on this one, no, the other one.
This one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, click on, yeah,
Like a
Yeah.
switch, you can show.
and then so
Oh.
here, and then yeah. I think you can leave them for default, but go down. You have environment variable. So if you go back to Google, you can see the environment variable name. MySQL root password. So if you could be this sentence here. Then go here,
Yeah, for example.
then paste it, then choose password.
It has. It has.
Yeah. Then run.
Yes. Yeah. It doesn't. Okay, go ahead. Yes, that's what.
Okay, that's all. Yeah. So let's go back here. So this code.
It shouldn't be check
Yeah.
if it is working. Or
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah, so-
it's running. That's why I think
So
you
if
can-
you, yeah. And this would be 127 0 1 enter root. Enter. See? No. Hmm.
Should have it.
So go, yeah, it seems that it didn't pick it up. So let's try to kill it.
Someone had a.
Kill, is it? Yeah. So images, let's try to put one more. Yeah, you can. Film settings. That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the variable. Variable, and then
Which day or because yes, because otherwise runs on whole table, whole file, so it will always insert and run everything was selected. It's not just,
I think it's good.
like,
I should try to just press refresh here. Yeah, right click and refresh. Yeah, then. Yeah, nice. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Where is it?
It's like, what I can do is. I don't know. I mean. I try to stick to 8 and like more other for all time. They like to stick to that time. And I don't like working, so I like to stick to that time. Sometimes I still stay back, but I would think, can stay back, I would probably be hanging around. Hiding. Unless, but it's like, I used to play back. They do even so, right? If I have some errands to run, I would take morning off and then come back. And go. And also I like the fact that I finished like a board, I have like solely. That gives me. If I stick to the, if I start doing things by, then there's no going back. I thought that I can mobile later. It's just a concert. I'm just not using my desk, but they're all with the angels. Slowly, I think you will turn on it. Yeah. I think I'm talking about first one call. I think you push it to the top of this. Yeah, I wanted to like between business and see how this goes. Never want to start. Yeah, yeah.
Because like you already specified the range is a table. But imagine that you have a relationship, two relationships between the same two tables. How would MySQL understand that this should be equal to this and this should be equal to this? Imagine that you have imagine a very hypothetical scenario where a task would have two states. Like done and not started both at the same time. Imagine this hypothetical scenario. And then it's true, it definitely logically it does not make sense, but MySQL will allow you to do so. You can make the task have two status. And then MySQL will not understand which column will go with, like if you want to only join on one column. And you want just one column to be in the join condition, then you have to explicitly specify that, okay, so task I want to filter on status 1 with ID, task 2 status 1 with ID equals status with ID.
Yeah.
Do you remember the example that Connor said where you can join also the same table on itself like with a third table. So the thing is foreign keys are just normal colors. They are not different from any other colors, except when you say it's a foreign key for a specific reason. We're going to talk about in the next part of the session. We're going to talk a bit about this. The only thing that when you say the foreign key in a table, it does not. So, for example, you have task status 4, and you don't have in the status table status with ID 4, you will not be able to insert this task. It's just used for integrity of the data. You don't have, this is another use case. You don't have, for example, a task with status with 4, while you don't have status 4 actually. A status with ID 4.
Okay, I think we need to think a bit about it in the lunch.
Think of it as, think of it as, so Denmark, CPR number is unique, right?
Yeah.
Very, very unique. Let's say somebody, and then for CPR number, right, this payment is linked to a CPR number. Someone tries to create a CPR number, right, that does not exist. That means the foreign key relationship is broken. So you're trying a CPR combination that does not exist, which means the user does not exist, or that person is not in the payment registry, right? We try to insert a payment with that ID. It's foreign key relationship. That means that relationship is broken. It should not happen. We're enforcing these rules for data quality and stuff like that. We don't want to be.
CPR
Yeah, what they're asking, why do we specify the join condition in the join query? Like when you say join task dot user ID equal user dot ID, why does MySQL understand this on its own?
Take all from last is and from users take and just join task and join.
So in that case, the relationships still are defined, but there can be multiple foreign keys in the table. Which one comparing when we use the engine mode and this one. So you have to help them.
We say they're all table. I should say.
Okay, for everyone. So when you write right here, that's okay. Then you run the whole file.
Yeah.
If you just want,
Let's imagine that you have the same CPR number. Let's imagine that there are two types of payments. There is
actually when you move the data to have from and to like a sender or receiver. So you can have a relationship to the same user statement that the from is one and receiver the two is also referring to user. And then if you join, which one are you trying to want to use here? We'll just define. When you want to join only by one of them. But how does the individual know which one to use? Yeah.
So if we change
Can you read?
statement with the, yeah, from the left side is equal to the one. That will be equal to the
Yeah.
yes, so if you are trying for the like
Reverse.
yeah.
I think it will still work. Yeah. Yeah. It should work, but the thing is,
probably works the same way because like we are specifying when you scope down the query with where conditions and group by and select, then probably left and outer, left and right join will not be different. And inner join will not be different because you have filtering conditions. Imagine that you have a website that lists all of the tasks, and then you want to list as well the like add the user information to this task, but you want all of the tasks, even if they don't have a user. So in this case, you use join task with user and then do a left outer join to get all of the tasks, including the ones that don't have any user. And then in this case, left and right will not give you the same result. They will give you different results actually. Like if you say right, in this case, it will just print all of the tasks that have users, assigned to them. It will not give you the tasks that are not assigned. So one of the views, one of the things you can do is you can have multiple views, for example, all tasks are assigned, all tasks that are not assigned, and then let the user choose which type of tasks they want to search, basically. And then in this case, you use left and right join differently. They will give you different results.
Yeah, okay, it's done.
We are going to talk a bit more about we are going to actually explain the example that Ahmed just gave in the next part of the session about the Danish CPR number and payment performance.
I think it will be more obvious with examples, yeah.
I guess if there's people that are like helping them their work and everything.
Well, when lunch, let's just break, whenever.
Yep.
Yeah, really.
It's on its way.
Yeah.
Shall we continue?
It's only delivery.
Yeah, it can be lunchtime at lunch.
There are no tags here, but it's hard to be honest.
Tags?
Oh, yeah. Tags, like,
It's just products in the beginning, like all the JavaScript will help out in the beginning, but the more you use it, the more homework you solve, the more you get familiar with it. Shall we continue? David. So,
So this goes for the test.
Yeah, exactly. This would be the test.
Yeah. How
Oops.
more tests?
Oops.
This is.
So in the second part of the session, we will talk a bit about foreign keys. And then we will get this exercise, this lovely 4 queries that actually we will talk first about the update and delete queries. And then we will get this exercise. So first, let's talk a little bit about foreign keys. So foreign keys are foreign keys exist in the table just like normal columns. They are not that different yet. When we create a table, we specify these 2 statements, and then we also in the join query we tell MySQL exactly which columns we use to join. Which was the next question. Since we already defined these constraints here, why do we need to say when you join 2 tables together, join them on these 2 columns being equal? And one of the when you make software, you want it to be as general as possible. That means it handles all of the user use cases. And one of the use cases that might exist that actually make it such that it's important to specify which columns you are joining. So one of these use cases is, imagine that you are already doing like a mobile pay database, okay? And then in the mobile pay database, it makes sense that you have users, and these users are defined by their CPR number. There is a name, and the rest of the details like email and phone and whatever. We will not specify all of them here. And then you have something called payments. CBR could be the ID because it's unique. And in this case, it will be also a primary key. Because it's an ID and it's unique, and we can, but in this case, it will not be auto incremental. You want to insert it directly, manually in the database, in the table. And then for payments, we just have from, and this is a user, and to, and this is a user, and we have amount, for example. Okay. And let's say we have this user with this CPR called Spider-Man, because I like Spider-Man, and this CPR Batman, and then this CPR Superman. Okay, so and let's say we have these payments 1 to 3 to 1 to 4, 15 krona, 1 to 3, 1 to 5, 30, 1 to 4 to 1 to 5, 40, for example. Let's say we want to display all of the usernames and the payment from and to from these 2 tables. So the output would be something like this: from, to, amount. And then what we want is Spider-Man, Batman 15, Spider-Man, Superman 30, Maybe. But this is a simplified, it's actually a good idea to have a transaction of doing this, but this is a simplified version of this database. We just care about this stuff for now. So we don't need to specify any more other details. How can we write a query between these two tables to get this out? Can someone tell me what we are gonna do?
But how can you then classify this? And then you can repeat it so that.
Do we care if the name repeats itself? We just want to print these all of these transactions. That's the task that we have. Now we want to write a SQL query to print this outcome. Can someone tell me what we are gonna do? Exactly. So we are gonna select name. And amount. Yeah, but then MySQL would be confused because it does not know, because in this case, we are gonna join the payment table with the user table twice. Because there is a foreign key between the two in payment and the from in payment and the two in payment. There is a foreign key that exists between these two. Like from is a foreign key to user table, and two is a foreign key also to user table. Because they are both users. Does it make sense that we have two users table? Just to denote to and from, and they would be the same exact table? Does not make sense. So it makes sense that we only have one table and we do two relationships. From is a foreign key to user and two is a foreign key to user as well. So it will be select user one, user two, payment from payment, join payment as P. Let's start using. So this as part is called aliasing. You can alias a table by just give it a name that's valid during this query only. You can start using this alias inside this query only. No. It's just during the query, it will use anytime you say P, it will understand that this is the payment table.
It's like a new column.
No, it's not a new column, it's just an alias. It's different from having a new column, it's just an alias. Like P, like MySQL would just, anytime you say P dot something, it will replace P with payment. When you alias it like this. Huh? Shortcut, yes, exactly like a shortcut. And then we join on user as user one on P dot from equal user one dot ID or dot CPR. And we also join again with user table again as user two on P.2 equal user 2.cpr. This is why we have to specify this on something equals something condition, ID equal ID, because of these this use case where you can have two columns in a table referencing the same table, two relations. Okay. One more thing about primary keys is that it helps us keep the data intact. Or as we say about it, it's data integrity. What does data integrity mean? Imagine that I'm trying to insert this transaction. So 1 to 4 or 1 to 3 to 1 to 6, which is a user that does not exist in our database. It's not in the user table. When you specify a primary key constraint, when you try to do this insert statement, this will not work because it will tell you there is a broken constraint because user 1 to 6 does not exist in the user's table. So this is one more thing foreign keys help us with, which is data integrity. Okay, so that was a brief about foreign keys and why we use them and why we specify the condition. The next thing we will do is talk a bit about we will talk a bit about this this part on delete cascades. What does it mean to have this statement on delete cascade?
If you do it from there, so you will do it also from the last thing.
Exactly. So if you delete a status, it will delete all of the tasks that have this status, because there is a foreign key constraint
Like from the main chain.
from the status table in this case.
So it's the delete name, the root thing. Delete all preference.
So let's think of it like this. If I delete a task, does it make sense to have if I delete a task that's done, does it make sense to have a status that's done?
In general, yes.
Yes. No, not for this task because it's deleted, but it makes sense that the done in the status table does not get deleted, right? But if I delete the status done from the table, I don't have any done tasks anymore. If I delete the status done from the status table, does it make sense to have a task that's done in this case? Because we don't.
The column with this word done.
Yeah, you delete the row with this word done. There's a difference between columns and rows. Just try to make this distinction.
So the task will be done.
It will be deleted, because it does not make sense, since we don't have a status done anymore, it does not make sense to have a task that's done. We don't have the status anymore.
And
So-
it's the same with update. Also care from the update. If you
Yes.
updated it somewhere, so it also be updated in other tables.
Exactly. And there is also, like, as Nikita said, there is on update cascade. It will work exactly like this. If you update the status that's done, you update the ID of the status that's done to, for example, 5 instead of 3. Then it does not make sense to have a task with status ID 3 because 3 does not exist anymore. It will just replace it with 5, the new ID. Okay.
Don't use cascade word, so just leave it in this last place, and just in one place.
It will not allow you to delete it because there will be a foreign key constraint that's broken. And database keeps data intact through these relationships.
We should always use cascade.
If it makes sense. If it's allowed in your case, yes. Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean by deleted as a primary key? Yeah. Status ID is a foreign key, yes. Of the status. Yes, but we delete, it's different where you delete from. You delete from the status table. That's like the source, the origin of all of the status. If you delete from the status table, then it does not make sense to have a task with ID 3 anymore. Let's say we deleted ID 3 in the status table. Right? Yeah. The thing of deleting the primary key is delete a row. The primary key is a column. So, like, there's a difference between the row and the columns. Columns are the attributes for the entity. Rows are the values. So a column can be a primary key, but a row cannot be a primary key. So a row can have a value for the primary key, And then when you delete this value, then this value is gone. That's it. You just delete a row, a value that's a row. But you don't delete the primary key. But this row has a primary key value. This confusing enough? So, okay. So let's talk a bit. So we talked a bit about create last time here, and then we will talk about insert as a SQL query. And what insert does is just insert data inside your tables. And as you can see, in these insert statements, it says I want to insert into, and then the table name, and then the columns that will be inserted, and then the values. So why do we need to specify the columns in the insert statement?
Maybe we don't have enough data.
Exactly. So imagine that we allow users to create accounts on our website without phones. So in this case, we might have a phone or we might not have a phone. In this case, we just not explicitly mention a phone in the insert statement and then just remove the value of the phone. So next query we talk about is the update. How do we update the data inside our tables? So I just go and say update SQL query, and then that's the syntax of the update statement, which is just update, and then I specify which table I'm going to update and what are the columns that I want to update and the new values for them, and then I filter the exact row that I want to update. And then similarly delete. And then I want to delete from a specific table, and then also give it a filtering condition. Let's say I want to delete the user with ID 10. I'll just say delete from user where ID is 10. And this will remove the whole row. Delete does not remove values, it removes whole rows. Okay. Drop is mainly used for bigger things like dropping a complete column, or dropping a table, or dropping a database. Yeah.
Drop normally is entities or tables. Delete is like comes with specific records. Inside the table, or when you come to the word condition.
So in delete, there's an ability to specify a word condition, but when you say drop a column, you don't want, there's no value in specifying a word condition, or drop a table. So the next query is drop table, and this one is simple enough. You just say drop and then the table name. That's it. This is how you remove the whole table.
It's a dangerous operation.
It's like all of the delete and drop, and all of the delete and drops are in general very dangerous. Specifically delete. If you forget the word condition, it will delete everything. Basically, it will delete the whole table. The data in this side. So, yeah.
Hopefully your company has backup policies, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, the data is just gone. Like,
Yeah, I remember. Greater progress now. First job, I remember I added the delete statement where I did the way wrong and I wiped the whole thing. We had backups to be able to recover. They had to put this to my manager. I did this.
So it will be just like this photo,
Oh, yeah.
where you say delete from users and then execute, but you forgot the users. You didn't get on the plane. Yeah. So basically the whole users are gone.
I try write delete or drop, I'm reading that query like 3 times. or 2 or 3 times. So that's when I was.
And drop database is exactly the same. You would say drop. Yeah, this is you are removing completely the whole database, which you just say drop database and then database. That's it. And this is like all of these are very like dangerous. Please use them carefully. And the final thing is drop column. And this is a little bit more complicated. You say first which table you want to remove the column from, and then the column name. And this will remove the whole column. Like it's as if the column does not exist anymore. Actually, the column will not exist anymore. And with these brief introductions, I'm sorry? So inserts data inside the database, right?
Yeah,
In that
there's
table.
change.
Alter is to change. Think of it as update. But alter is used for things that are entity levels, like tables. Alter table, you want to add a new funky constraint, you will use alter, not update. Update updates the values.
Okay.
It's not on the data, but the entity, the schema, the column. Database name, so it's not properly considered. Wow. So a drop, if you look at the drop or delete query, right?
I'm sorry?
Sure, delete. It's very similar to select, right? Look at that, right? Select from, right? And then delete from, right? And then there's a where condition. So it's very similar. So the select will return results.
So now we have this exercise. Yep. Just to make it more clear. Let's do this here. So basically what you want to do is create a new SQL file from this. We are using the same database that we have, and then write SQL queries for every one of these tasks.
Uses the base, same.
The same database, the same everything. That's insert rows.
Always it's operating.
Columns use alter.
because I don't know. Yeah. No, I'm not really studying this time. I was like, you said the base Yeah.
Yes. I will just put this on plastic. Well, so whomever finishes the first 5 tasks can go and have lunch.
You're so.
Yes. You had a question. Scenarios.
Yeah, but first you can say. Anyone?
Really? Yes, I lost this. I don't know where this is.
You always want vegan? I'll find it. No.
Yeah, I think it's one time that I.
Og det bare var tilbage, der har været sådan en sang.
The possible expensive whatever you rate how did you rate the content?
Each week we can do these together, but can try, yeah.
But the thing for my people here. Oh, it's the database, what I was working out. And now I want to create one, but if I go like.
And it was my second, but is this one or is this one?
Some people have one. Some people have one, but
What
both.
I will do, I'll first. Yeah.
I know, but this is what you want.
Oh, and one. Then there's a reload. Reload with you, I think the second, no, reload when you. Yeah.
Basically, closing and opening.
Yeah,
Okay, like-
versus the, yeah.
It goes here.
Doing something, it's.
Yeah.
That works.
Is there like?
So we have the database homework, yes. So then try to run again. So then, can you try and complete the file? And then down from language changes to basic. Yeah,
No,
that's good.
could be
Okay.
some- I think,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and you see now it's green.
Yeah, it's highlighted. So that's
Ah.
Create a database from, yeah, SQL. So you can change other language. So you put for her and you just text. So we change it to show her as SQL. Did that work?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Nice.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. And then you go to SQL.
But it works for you.
Is there-
Yeah.
But yours is working. It's because you need to see the same symbol from SQL. I was seeing nothing, like, and I was like, when one news was like just text. So we go here, SQL. and now it's- Yeah, wow.
Sometimes also. These smart, when you start writing SQL, it's just, sometimes it's just.
Because
Yeah, but now when you write the SQL, it's nice. Yeah.
the homework, it worked.
Yeah, because the sentence.
Yeah.
If you start with nothing, then you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we can work. So we had the other task.
What's your task? What is your task?
Basically, this database. So she was creating the database. Now that you have it. Like you're not doing now. Now. You go like.
Because CPL is like man, you are not doing it. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Now it's fine.
Now you start with one. We're all the same.
So what? Edit task with S to the side, so that this great update and this. Click on this.
Okay, so we got that.
Let's see.
This is your table, this is your table, no, I think there's no edit, edit task.
But we have to add the task to the table that is called task.
The table tasks, and now you have to create an entry in the table.
Okay.
So it's going
But you do it from this page or you do it here in the database?
and then I would insert the tasks. So that's just exactly what
And I will forget, I think. You're there also? Yeah.
it's just that
There is,
yeah, like this. Yeah, there's two ways to do it. Like this, that's nice. This
you have to be thinking about
you can just use the file, or you can also click on the table left and look for the already inside the table. And click left on the task table and see how the table looks in the way that it. And now you have to add the table empty because there's nothing in it. Now you have to add a task, for example, your house. The ID is auto generated. But you have to set a task name, the date, the duration, and the steps. No, the file is made together. Also to create the creation.
When they say these attributes, they mean the title of the column thing. So it's this one.
Save incident, table name task. Column 1 is the title, description, page, update, due date, whatever. And then you say the values for the only works if your table, for example, is called task. From task.
Yeah, because they're in the.
Perfect, and then you also the names you add here like title, description, also match. And match the positive because he has the
But why they have? Am I not?
whole table.
Yeah.
It's like a table deposit on top, but now you have right ending to the table.
I like
And you
it.
say basically okay, create a new task with title clean your house, and then you say okay, for the title, it's now clean your house. You go back to your script, and you say okay, insert into the task, you say for the title, and for the description, for example. And then you set values, and the next, like if you go back to the there's like this. There's values, like just a shortcut. The shortcuts you say, now, okay, value 1 is input into title. And the next thing is description, or like the order you have them, and the same, then you add one column into the first brackets, and all values according. But the title, you write the column name, you have to like title has to match the actual column name in the table. So you say the title is going to be great. You have the same name as but she, for example, has the other names. She with the task name without the underscore, like the task everything. And so she does because she created a different table. Because her table, her statement like this looks undifferent. I'm thinking you create the tables as like to execute the code I gave her.
Started out being, yeah.
Why some of them are green? I don't know, I saw. Okay.
Pick them all once, and you actually do it, this line, just
You need this, I need. This. No, I'm not, it's just not the blood. Need to change.
Yeah. It's 4 hours. We need some religious fuel, you know.
We think that we have.
But you don't.
I think they.
anything else. I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
It's because I cannot run it again.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
We're discussing like.
Results, because I already ran it once, and now I close the results. Now I can get that. How I can see. I'm Where do you put it? Yeah, but also I didn't. Status, I don't require. I can find. Just open. And after. Okay, so you can see on.
Then you open this this one, you create this together, okay. And now you write insert the link. Insert into.
It's because
Name.
Yes.
like you want to know to describe how to read and write more like this. Yes, they drive the dates.
And also, as you missed the second time, you have to be
You need to describe.
So now, it's now.
It's another
You look in the page, page where you paint the table, or you go on the left. Your oil tables. They now are your old tables and your new table. But what do you want to create? Like, what do you think, like, what do you want to create? What? As a car, so which table would you create it?
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that this
What is the table name? Table name is there.
One more question. So like, when
Table name and you write it in the task. Column, yeah, then how you find out the columns? How do you know the columns? You can click on this. That's your own table. Either you click on this.
this one there is not enough.
Yeah, you have to create one entry like this. It's like one door. You have to create a new entry. Like a new task. You can go down. Here, learn about now is your latest task. Now you want to play task 36.
Right, show, blah, blah, blah. He was like,
Oh, but
there is time.
so and all the columns you want to insert into it, and all the values of what for example, title, this title, description, grade, update, creative.
Select the start say start the data. And if you want to reach you're doing select star. It's because like select the star from the
And beginning also nice you describe yourself and you memorize it. You have to create all and all tables. So title description, grade, updated, you will set it on the but you can also select it from there. Okay, so values now, it's the first value is the first thing. What's the first value? And so there what would be.
The pieces with the
Yeah, you see here.
create or
First value is here. First value here, means it's this one. Like this. And you need to put a quote because it's string. And then you type whatever you want. For example, the upload. Something. Okay. The second value is useful. Whatever you want, doesn't matter. All your goals. Change the status of the person. Basically the same. So what
No.
exactly. Okay, yeah, then you can, if you click on the task, like this, then you can see on the right side the entries. Okay, did this. That is the okay, and which that's exists. Start done. Okay, probably it's done there. Changes. Like you all understand.
No, what I'm doing is these. Here, actually. But then she asked me, how do you put this in the data? And I was like, well, it's here. And she said, no, but how do you see the, like, the actual thing? And I was like, I don't know. Because but I was like, this stuff, and then
Inserted or if you want the data you run where is select rate, you have to insert the data from table name. And then you for example.
select, and then
After.
can I put database, for example,
Like this.
like the name of the.
That's what it's Spring Boot, which can get fast and translate to date and time. Please don't focus as string if you don't know what the day or the time has to be specific format.
From its keyword.
From,
And then maybe.
and then database, right?
Not database, but
Probably go
so
again.
like there is table name.
Then everything from table.
Not the table. Please choose table name of the table you want to print. So
What
that
if I want?
So what you everything with the data, you have to add
let's say.
ending with the data.
That's why we cannot kind of use query.
Now you have another
For your cars and one query, you
Yeah.
just need to choose what you want, or then there's several queries if you want to combine them. Or if you.
Yes. Three days time,
Like,
and then you have to add what the others you have to add.
Is that, there is.
You have to put one thing, 5 minutes. That's like they-
So when you want to create.
First five is okay, that's good. Create it today, update it, then you have to create status ID and user ID.
Column has on side. So it might be.
What's the status you give it?
And then show columns in this format. So each row in the table should be the same as, like, not the same, it should match format that is defined by the table.
yeah, like here. Like,
Three steps. So you can, if you want to make it not started, no, you have to the ID of the
There is, for example.
it's like,
I-
36 doesn't report for fine everything.
So there
No,
is,
no, like code was still not.
there five, and it's.
You can see what it is.
There is a name, which is bar chart. If I apply, which is actual string of Linux labs.
So you have to enter in.
Same.
No, but this, the third thing is the user.
Same.
Now we have to go to the user table. User table. You can see all the IDs. Which one take?
Bar chart, if I was is the. Still giving me a lot longer than to identify. So, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, how to see now what you create when you see it? There's each table.
Limited level.
Okay, so here you might find.
Okay, now when exit train type of stuff. Both stuff is about- How would you do that? How would
Yeah, we- for me, it's like that.
It's right by making three, stuff. Center one, because you can do it well, you have to find some time. You want to
In some format and in database.
change the title of the class.
It's a data and it's able to convert. This data.
So this is, so you don't want to create it. You want to take existing chart and change the title. For example, if you're old class, like, this. Before you think what you
Like, volunteer.
Like they hours like an.
It's like a conference and then.
That was what you say. Silence.
For example, like 11, it's like the beginning of 15, 15 minutes.
That was column with one change.
Yeah, let us try.
Column style.
Yeah, because throughout is not very big. The database just going to doesn't.
And then the values, then you have to assign a value. to what you want your file.
So it's able to convert it to its internal representation.
You can name it a task, but you can also name it. You have, for example, say the spelling mistake. And for example, say clean up. You have to change. One of these.
Yeah.
And now you have to say which value you want to provide. For example, you find 19 and then you can say now I don't want to like Austria, I want to like now I don't want to like Austria, I want to like Georgia. So you say now set if I have 9 tickets to the door instead of more. Assign a value. But how do you find out this size exactly? Because you execute this right now. So what? How do you find this execution? Yes, yeah, where the conditions, for example, where title is peanut or where I doesn't matter. It's like
It's more or less equivalent. Yes, it's more or less equivalent.
Think the work. No, because when you put something close,
Yeah.
string or it's in or it's state.
Oh,
But this is a number. So you don't put it. You can test it. Okay, now how we verify now if this works? If you actually change the number.
if you are here.
Now you see. Okay, then change the task you do it. David, you want to check? But update, you have to say which table you want to update. Is it a table or is it solid? You have to say update and then you use table. Which table you want to update? This is a column, yes, but you have to update the table. Which table you want to update? For example, user table, status table, class table. Well, no, this is on top next to update. All of the lines have. Okay, now you say, okay, you want to update table task, and there you want to set a column, for example, for due date, to a value, whatever you want, and then you have to say which engine you want. Yeah.
Yeah. More or less like the same, but myself.
Ja, gerne, kann man sagen, wenn er groß wurde.
Yeah, there you can easily IDs in any where you can see with ID inside.
Folks, did you go through the next 5 points? Next 5 points, please.
No, what did you change now? What? What is the title? Display that's a lot of things. That is stuff.
You can actually merge it with when you are
market complete, you need something to understand how that's exactly that is something else.
I'm new, but let's see.
Don't have to do the rest.
Yeah, let's go.
4 and 5. Yeah.
So it worked. It doesn't work because it says no data. You have to say you went to which data. First, you can choose the database. Then you choose a table, and then you choose a column. So
And I, yeah,
Was it 320?
where do you find all the database in the rest?
Like.
Yeah, so then you have your database. So you have to say now which database you want to choose. Which
My brother in 2010, I remember we were doing that. Coming from like.
yeah, yeah, right. You only come this. You only run this. That it's in the database. How do you know?
What? No, I wish I didn't.
You have to say him which database. Like this. Then you can say use database this, and then you try. Before everybody gets it, do like this, or if you want to make it.
For me, sometimes that doesn't and so. As it must be for you to just give me. Like, oh no, that's okay. Well, I'm not gonna mention that, but. If you feel like you could go get a beer. My next. It's of the rest, like. For me,
Yeah, this one. So you think. Okay, so what, so every, others, yeah, only this. So the thing is, what you values, in values, you have this, the first, entry is this one, they had 50, the square. But if you added 19, so this is also, we said that auto generated, remember? No, go home side, what's the scripture? That is one. Where can you find all
But it's still nice.
Here are now you want Donald Duck, for example. Donald Duck, for example. So what? How do you do that? Where do you get Donald Duck? This Donald Duck. So you want now Donald Duck to go home. Which ID do you assign? That, yes. And where do you put it? What field in your values is this user ID? Why is it the last one? Yeah, you know, this last one. Yeah, so we get that. And the status ID, which one do you pick? Why do you pick 2 and not 5?
Oh, sorry, just I didn't by myself. Yes, no.
And if you click on select.
One and thank you. Sorry.
Understand what is okay, so which status is now for this part?
What do we do?
With name? Okay, you want, so, or do you want to have it not start or done?
No, you need to take the 5 more just leave it like.
But for example, you can also make 5, will it work?
No.
Yes. So you have one, two. Then you can run the queue.
No, both titles have the same name. It doesn't. You are when the title change it was change from change. Yeah, so you need to change from this so it change from the class. Date I change
What is
If we say that this players. It's not.
once again, maybe easier for you to go on this and hold this key, hold it, and do this, and then you can do like this. I have to hold it. Breathe it. So if you go here, then hold this, and then you can select this key. And you see it. And if you go on the key below, the key, then you say.
Here, right?
The next thing you can also say all part. How do you know now?
Just underneath the.
The snap class, you can, you have seen all the tasks. How if you how your tables, if you want to know entries to the table. Yes, yes, yes.
Right. Yeah, but you can also. But you don't need to change it exactly the same.
Where do you try to?
Same one.
Like
Because they say where the name is. So.
go. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
so yes.
Where's those? Hey.
Okay, so the second task is to change the time.
That's. It's the same.
Setting a quote.
Just close it. Alright.
What do you
No, so you made those here, right? And then here, the volume of it.
height of the easy or field? If it's a number.
Saves the day.
Number, no code, title, string, always. Around title, all the, no. Obviously, that's your task. I think it would be also possible when you want to have this, but it's not going to execute. What is missing? You take no table task. You choose on the table task, correct? Then you spend the field which column title, yes, to new title. What will change? You have to change the title of one task. Which task will which
So I should write something similar.
you know, this is
But then
but this is, you have to change this here for wash clothes, for example, to wash task.
But I don't want to know. Same. Should say 2019. I think it can more than it can be.
The use of it.
Well, every time you have that.
I'm not using.
Yeah, now it works. Ah, sorry, fancy attention.
But now it works. Okay, so if you run this. Then you see here. Okay, so now then change assume. So it's the incident of you cannot you can make a straight start and you can see what's happening. You run the straight chart. Then you can see what's happening. Do this.
Or you can say.
Stage. How is it?
Bad need of sleep.
You can see your insert thing, your insert thing. You go also.
Today I'm like, I want to high five with anyone. Yes. And now, number 5. You're exactly number 1. Usually it's the same thing. So that's the same thing. But the status, the final status is complete, right? It's like well done. It's the same. So that's why we have the left. Status ID is status ID 3, but from which task? Let's say the first one.
You have to choose now which task.
But like, how do you think that it's called?
Task where you want to. This table. This table.
Thank you.
Now,
So let's continue. So it's 3:30. Yeah.
in number 5,
Yeah.
when it says market task has complete, it means that we have to create a done.
Yeah.
So that's simple. It's not that we have to create something like mark.
Let's mark it as done. Shall we continue?
Can you solve it?
I will not solve the last 5. Will not solve the last 5 questions. If you didn't go through this exercise and you didn't solve the last 5 questions, actually let's make it as part of the homework where you submit also everything as well. Because like we ran out of time, and if we finished early, maybe we can go through this. If we finish the next part early, we maybe go through this exercise. So the last thing I want to talk about is normalization, and these are just a set of tools that will help you understand how to draw your ERD diagrams and how to have data inside, how to structure your data in your database. But let me get the PowerPoint version, but I don't have PowerPoint. Okay. So yes, they are just a set of rules that help you structure your database so that you don't have any redundant data or partial dependencies. And we will understand what partial dependencies mean towards the end of the slide. So there are mainly three normal forms or three rules. In that, not three rules, but three categories for some rules that you need to follow when you think about the entities in your database. Like if you are developing, for example, a database to for school, how would you structure this database such that you minimize the dependencies between the tables and make everything in the table make sense in this table? And when I say table, it's the same, it's synonym to entity. So an entity in database is a table. So the first rule, of course, like this is enforced by the database idea itself, is that the column includes only one value. For example, if you remember the group by example that we were talking about, which I hope I didn't close. Yeah, this is an example of something that breaks this rule, where I have multiple values as task names, T1 and T3 and T5, and this can't happen in a database. Your column must have only one value. We just use this as like something as an analogy to understand what group by and what all of the aggregator function does. It has to have only one value. So, yips. And also all of the this is also enforced by the database itself, that all of the values inside a column are always the same type. So for example, a column that has varchar type would not hold an integer, but it can hold like a string that has integer inside it, but it's definitely going to be a string always. So you can't insert an integer inside varchar column. This is enforced by also by the database engine itself. And then these two rules also are enforced by the database engine, where column names inside a table are unique. You can't have two columns with the same name. If you remember when we were doing the exercises, the first exercise, the homework, the output of a query where we expected to have status name and username, both columns named name was called name, and Visual Studio, the database got confused and returned only one column with name, because you can't have two columns with the same name. And to resolve this, you need to have aliases. The aliasing part we talked about, to use an alias for a table, and also the order in which you store data. If you store, for example, task 1 and task 2 and task 3, should be the same as storing task 2, task 1 and task 3. The order does not matter. When you specify the order you want when you write the query, when you say order by something. Yeah. And then we are going to talk a bit about what does it mean to have a partial dependency. So for example, let's say you are developing a database for schools and you have a table for students. It doesn't make sense to have the class where a student is in the same table, because you might want to update the class without updating the students itself, like for example, the name of the class. So for example, school for the same grade has multiple classes. For example, for grade 7, there is class 1 and class 2 and class 3, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3. And let's say you want to update 7.3 to be 7.4. So it does not make sense to place the class entity together with the student entity that you are creating partial dependency in the same table. What you should do then in this case is ask yourself, if I update the class, would the students get impacted? If I update any value or any attribute of a class, for example, a class name, would a student get impacted? If the answer is yes, then it makes sense to group them together. If the answer is no, then you should separate the class entity from the student entity and then start using foreign key, like relationships, as we talked about. And I think this is the most important part in like when you think about how to structure or how to divide your entities in the database, is think about these dependencies. Also, another use case that will happen, there is a possibility for a table to have a composite primary key. For example, if you have a users table in your database, and you want the primary key to be the username and the email. That means that the combination of username and email will not be repeated. For example, user one, email one cannot be repeated, but user one, email two can exist. Same for user two, email one. It can also exist. This probably means you have, if this is the case, there are cases where this probably means you have a partial dependency. And we are gonna see an example in the next slide, I believe. So, for example, in this case, we have many to many relationship table. That's this one. Right? We remember like how to capture the many to many relationships. What do we do? Huh? If we have a many to many relationship, what is it that how do we capture this information? You remember when we talked about when a task can be done by multiple users and one user can do multiple tasks?
Yeah.
How do we capture this? How do we capture this relationship? With a foreign key, we can have one to many or many to one or one to one relationships, but we can't. We are going to use foreign keys, but it's not going to be in the same user table. Anyone wants to guess a solution? So the idea to capture a many to many relationship is to have a third table that says user one works on task one, user two works on task one, user three works on task one, user one works on task two, and so on. You get the idea, or do we have an example for that? We didn't go through the many to many relationships today, but we went through that last time.
No, but you made it like in groups, but you made like a third table,
Yes.
which you say like this user, this task.
That was the join. I think that was the join result we are talking about. The result that it's not exactly the same.
I understand you agree, like one extra table, this is like a word in which type of time.
Yeah, that's what we did the last time. That was yes, what I was looking for. Like we create a different table, a third table, where we say which user works on which task, and these columns are foreign keys to users and tasks. And then in this case, for example, so we have a many to many relationship table that's user ID and task ID, and we have some in this table also. We have two columns that's status and role. Does it make sense to put them in this table? It obviously does not make sense to put role on in this table, because role only depends on the user. Like the user can only have one role. So to break this dependency, what we should have done is to make role a column in user, not a column in this many to many relationship. Basically. Exactly. because status only depends on the task, it does not depend on the user by any means. When you have something like user ID and task ID, which can be like these are foreign keys to this table and also composite primary keys. You need to ask yourself, like, like, does the task depend on these two? Like the user, which user is assigned to which task? Does a status depend on this, or it depends on the task itself only? Is this clear or confusing?
So the first is user, the second is task, and the third is progress.
Status,
Yeah.
the task itself, and the role of the user itself. So
So
that's-
status depends on.
status depends on task, so it makes sense to put it with the task. And role depends on user, so it makes sense to put it with the user only. Does not make sense to put it on this user task assignment. This is kind of the same thing as we went at the last exercise. Where you have this, let's say that this is the, for example, the reward when you get a task done. Or the, actually, in this case, it's a table in our school database that explains the weight, like this column explains the weight of the task of the mark itself in the final outcome. This is actually going to be more confusing, so let's just say that, yeah, let's not go through this, but the important part is you understand this part, like how to say where to place your columns, like status and role. Does it make sense to place them in there? Like, does this column make sense to place it in this table, or should I move it to another table where it makes sense because it's completely dependent on this other table? And I think that concludes the topics we want to talk about in this session. So if you want, we can stay a bit and solve this exercise together if you want. Cool. Yeah. So first requirement is we want to add a task with these attributes: title, description, created, updated, due date, status ID, plus ID. So can someone help me write the query?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Insert.
Yeah.
Brackets, title, description, created, updated, new date, text ID, reject. Then down, values. And then I put buy groceries. Get potatoes and carrots. And then I just wrote the date, and you can just copy paste from the. This date. But you have to put in the hour. And yeah, but. So, but copy PDF, everything.
Oh, okay. You want to literally do everything.
Yeah,
No.
then change. You can, that's it.
Okay.
Set up 2017, 2022. That's it. And
That's it. Let's see if this will work. Yep. And it worked. Awesome. Now we want to randomly pick a task and change its title. Yeah.
So instead of like, you copy the dates because they're kind of hard to write, right?
yeah,
But when you create it, you can also just call a function that's called now,
now, yeah,
which is the current date. The current time.
now we just brackets.
Yes, the round one. Parentheses, brackets are the pointy ones, not the pointy ones. Yeah,
Yeah. No, let's pick someone else.
Actually, I'm interested in picking someone different. Not with this one. We want to change the title of a random task.
We're in.
Yeah. Are you still with us or? Yeah. Okay, so think about number 5 until we go to number 5. And we are gonna just go with number 3. Nima? Did you help me task number 2? Okay, you have it? Your next one. Yeah?
Set title equals whatever. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Equals whatever we like, whatever I.
What happens if I execute this query just like this? Everything will have, yeah, exactly what you said. So we want to specify a condition here where ID equals 2. Run. And it works. So we want to change the task due date, Nima.
Okay, just for the, yeah, same for the, for 4 and 5. We will just skip them, but only one thing
To note is that we could have done it like this. Update task set title equal whatever we want. Due date equals 2023 0505 06 23 23, for example. And status ID equals to 1 2 3, where ID equals to 5, for example. Let's see if this will execute. Yep.
you see what I did there?
Everything in one box.
Everything in one query. So just to also like just to clear some confusion, a query that does not return anything like the update and the delete and the drop tables and columns and whatever, they are called commands. And a query that returns results is of course called query. So it returns results and queries the database.
Why, where is needed?
Huh?
Otherwise, we will just do this for all of the rows in the task table. We don't want to do that. Yeah.
So can
Someone help me with this?
Select,
Yeah.
select everything,
yes?
task in your drawing, user. On task, the user ID equal user ID. Drawing. State, state. So,
We don't really need to join because we would just want to select the tasks part, right? We don't want to know the information about whether this task is done or not,
Or who is assigned to this task?
the email light.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, I did read.
No, it's all right. Person fine.
And also with this person sign, not.
At the end,
Do you think we need that?
So we have, no, but it's not because it's in our task table, there's no email, that's why we need Word.
Is that the only join we want?
awesome.
What about this one? Not like what? Yeah, why did I say inner? You say? It's so when I say user.email, I'm just explicitly mentioning that we want the email in the user table. If I only say email, it's implicit because there is no other column that's named email in tasks and users tables except the email in the user table. Okay. So it's completely up to you to
Say whether it's user.email or email. But
you are right. It should be explicit rather than implicit. And then we want to get all tasks for Donald Duck with status not started.
So that's user ID, user name.
yeah, count.
I task the ID
Yeah,
from user join task one. Task for user ID. Of user ID.
Mm-hmm.
Join state. Start of state. Just finish with what. Okay, there.
Yeah.
It is like status name is like. No.
Or username.
Username is like don't start.
And so we are missing something here.
Yep. What should I group by? Nope. You ideally want to group by with the thing that you put inside the count.
I
Just with ID.
So we didn't return any data.
The common needs a space. So
The what?
you want to put that as a comment?
I'm just commenting out this
But if you
this
don't
first
put the
statement.
space, I think it doesn't work.
Space?
Like do slash space.
No, it's as long as you put double slash, then that's it.
I natural problem does it.
No, it
Maybe
doesn't.
there's no task.
Nope, there are tasks. So it's because we don't have a user in the database of Donald Duck for some reason.
Maybe again with the my. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, but maybe Donald Duck is not assigned to any. So Donald Duck is user ID 11. Exactly. So we want user ID 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. And we don't have.
Yeah, Donald Iron Swords.
Huh?
This one has.
Donald Duck has.
I don't choose.
I haven't changed. Maybe there's nothing. Yeah, not the task ID, the user ID. This one is probably the task ID. Yeah. Exactly.
Mine is going to be the error. Yeah, right. So.
Which
I don't know, like,
I don't have a comma, is the thing.
Yeah.
What do you think it counts? Yeah, so the ideal answer would be to just select the columns of the tasks. That's the ideal answer. But folks here wanted to select this type of like this type of column, like user ID, user name, and the number of tasks that are assigned to this user. For Donald Duck, but like because in the question it mentions get all tasks, just get the tasks. Don't count them, don't group them, anything. But it's a nice exercise on group by account, so we'll just continue with it. Yeah, it will tell you user ID 11, username Donald Duck has 5 tasks, for example, or whatever exists in the database. No, it will not give you the task details itself unless you explicitly ask it for the task details. But what like this query, this is the one that I wrote, and I'm selecting just everything for the task. So that would be that would answer the requirement. The other query, we just modified the requirement of it.
So we want to get all tasks for Mary Rose Meadows that are created in September.
And we have a hint here to use this function, which takes in a date and returns the number of the month in this date. Yeah, so we want all of the tasks that are assigned to Mary Rose Meadows that were created in September.
How do you think we should do that?
Select and count, and then.
We don't have to count, we just want the tasks.
Select the username.
Select asterisk. Where am I gonna select from? Yeah. On user.id equal task.user.id where user.name is this and yeah. Should I just say created equal 9?
Yes, exactly. Use the hint mentioned here,
Yeah.
which is to use a function called month inside MySQL that returns the number of the month in the date.
The date contains year, month, and day, right?
Yeah.
It's trying to pull out just the month.
And this is because we don't have a column with just the months.
I'm sorry?
We have a column with the date, not just with the months.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so that's why this is.
So let's take a look. So this one, this date is in September, this date is in September as well. So we only have 2 tasks. That makes sense.
Date.
Year, date.
Yeah. You can search on W3 School what other types of function available for the timestamp or the date time column types.
So this one is a bit tricky. We want to find how many tasks were created in each month. So for example, how many tasks were created in November, how many tasks were created in October and stuff like that. So can someone start? No, no one wants to start?
It's just like the previous ones.
Yeah.
Task ID, count task ID.
So we want to select. We want to select how many tasks were created each month. Yeah, count.
Yeah.
What are we gonna count? We want to select how many tasks
Task ID.
per each one. So we want to select count task ID from yeah. And we want to select how many tasks in each month. So we want to, there's a hint also, I think.
Yeah, group by.
Yep. What do we want to group by? Created, true, but you should use the hint also. So we want task.created. And let's just be nice when we print the output and just print month.created as well. Just to show you it can be used also in the select part. Would that work? Yep. So in September, we had 17 tasks. In October, we had 19 tasks. And that's it. So
Jonas, what would happen if I had like a 2 years worth of data? And I have multiple in October.
it will disregard the years. It will just always print the month, even if the year is different. So if you have 5 tasks in September, but in different years, they will be counted in September as well.
Isn't it possible, like, what if I need someone to 1 year?
What? I'm sorry.
Like, what if I need, let's say I have done it from August.
Yeah.
2022,
And you need,
like,
what do you think we should do then?
then you should.
You should also put here and you can also filter and print here the workloads, right? Now, the last thing is to delete a task.
Delete from task.
Delete from task. Should I just execute this?
We should too.
Exactly. Where ID equals 5, for example. And then, yep. So we should not find any ID 5 in our task. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Awesome. So, yeah. So that's it for this exercise. And that's it for the session as well. So time for homework. Also, so for the homework part, I will be sending out this ERD diagram. And what you need to do is to implement the database, create the database and create the tables and create the tables with the mentioned relationships. And then insert data into this database. And I will be providing you with some queries to execute on your database and then submit the whole SQL file on GitHub. The SQL file where you create the database and the tables and solve the queries as well. Okay. This tool is called the Lucid Chart. It's a freemium tool, so you can get some features for free. And part of these free features is to create entity relation diagrams for databases. I can show you how if you want. Huh? Kind of like, yeah. I don't know about Miro, but if it does
Miro is more free though.
okay. So
Forget about the most powerful tool.
I'm actually gonna
All the flexibility.
So maybe also that, like, research manual and research job, how to do some stuff. It's helpful, like, in companies. When you start to work in a company and you want to make the initial design of the database, then this is how you do it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Python.
Can you guys like help Tina? Yeah, please. Thank you. Don't run away. Unless you have to run to the train. Change your plan from over.
That's loud.
Yes. I'm gonna send thank you. So, so you can write at the beginning of the second line, what sign, like what the convention of the like. You need to separate on the other line. Thank you.